Check. 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 Mic 1, check 2.
That's the sound. You're doing mic check.
I want to go out and see if I can. When we go live,
Okay.
people can.
Here with the Maverick Podcast, the big man, Eli Kim. What's good, bro? We're just doing a mic check, so don't worry.
Hey, mic check.
Anything? Are you hearing anything? Just doing mic check, seated with the beautiful lady over here.
Because it takes time to the latency.
The lag.
The lag, it takes time.
Yep. So since you can hear us, then everything is kawa. They have just had. Hello.
This you said it's lagging. This is you
Of course, there is a lag.
For online.
It's a 5-second lag.
Okay. Those ones in the diaspora will listen to us after 10 minutes.
Stand already night. Visual.
Eh?
Want to just visual.
Coachella AI version with the Diplo.
Okay, let's do this. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this place. I'll start off immediately. Today is the 24th of April, 2026. And we gather here tonight in the wet season, in a month the Baganda chose to call Kafumula Ampau. It's the month when the rains have softened the earth and the white ants have emerged in abundance. In my language, Ruchiga, we called this month Nyabiheche, the season the Bachiga knew as the time of Oburobuheche, Obwinenjuma Zitakatanuchiri, the small, not yet mature millet seed that is abundant this month. I begin there because our people have never understood time as empty. Our ancestors did not name time casually. They knew that a season is not mainly counted, it is read. A season tells you when the ground is ready, when something hidden beneath the surface is ready to emerge, when what has been forming quietly can no longer remain underground. And that is what tonight is. Tonight is not a launch in the ordinary sense. It is not a pitch. This is not going to be a networking event. It is the formal beginning of an institution. And before we go any further, I want to make a small request of this room. Just one. Tonight, we may have to listen beyond the scale to which most of us have been used to. We may have to listen beyond the dimensions of ordinary ambition, beyond the habits of caution that history has beaten into our bones, beyond the timid narrative of a world that has long told African people to dream locally, suffer quietly, and never speak too plainly about power, institution, or even the future itself. But there are moments when a people must permit themselves to hear something larger than the measure of their present comforts. And when such things are spoken plainly, fear often arrives before understanding does. When visions are too big, doubt arrives before vision does. So let us, for the duration of my speech, put fear aside, not because fear is unreal, not because doubt is a sin, but because neither fear nor doubt should be allowed to govern this evening. So if you feel some kind of fear when I start talking about some things tonight, and you probably will at some point, it's okay, it's fine. Do not be ashamed of it, but do not obey it either. All I'm asking for tonight is for us to just listen. We are not taking any action about anything that we are going to say tonight. Okay? Nothing needs to be done tonight, right? We are here to first listen, let things land, and see what can happen when we allow ourselves to hear, what becomes possible when fear is not given the first word. So, we begin. The seed of this institution that we are going to plant tonight was not born in business strategy. It was planted in reading. During COVID, I began reading books that did not comfort me. I began reading books that instead exposed me. They stripped away the innocence with which many of us are taught to look at history, at power, and Africa's place in the world. When I read Thomas Sankara disturbed my mind. He tickled my political imagination. When I read Dr. Sylvia Tamale, she sharpened my understanding of power, culture, and freedom. But it was Guyanese historian Walter Rodney that planted the deepest wound that bore the institution that we are going to found tonight. In 1972, Walter Rodney published arguably one of the most impactful books I've ever read. That book is titled How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. In that book, I began to see that what had been taken away from Africa was not only wealth, but structure, confidence, continuity, and the right to shape the future on our own terms. I began to understand with greater seriousness that what had happened to this continent was not just a misfortune, it was historical violence organized at scale. After I read that book by Walter Rodney, I was struck by a question that has never left me. Why should knowledge this necessary remain trapped in English? Why should ideas powerful enough to help us understand Africa, to help us understand power, theft, and possibility remain inaccessible to so many of our own people in the languages closest to their minds? And that question did not remain only a question about books. Over time, it became a question about language, about knowledge, about childhood, about institutions, and eventually about intelligence itself. Because once you begin asking who can access liberating thought, you eventually begin asking who will access the tools of the future. In whose language will those tools be? Under whose ownership and whose benefit? And that is when the wound widened. Artificial intelligence is rising. It is becoming one of the great infrastructures of our age, like electricity, like railroads, like the internet before it. When I went into the intricacies of how AI was rising, I saw the same pattern I had read with Rodney. I saw the same pattern Rodney described, preparing to repeat itself in this age and era. Africa would supply the data, our languages, our images, our creativity, our labor for training, these systems like it is already happening now. But the systems themselves, those that Africans will be training, the intelligence, the infrastructure, the ownership, that would live elsewhere. Once again, we would be the raw material, others would be the raw material, others would own the refinery. Our children would grow up speaking to machines that cannot speak back in their mother tongues. They would learn from systems trained in English, Wikipedia, American textbooks, European philosophies. They would be taught subtly that intelligence lives in other people's languages, not their own. That is when my concern became an alarm. That is when a question became a mission. Because I recognized one thing: someone will build AI in African languages. That much is inevitable. The real question is whether it will be built by us under institutions we own, govern, and can hold accountable, or whether we will wait for foreign corporations to build systems in Luganda and Kiswahili and our other languages, and then rent access to our own languages back to us. If we do not build this, someone else will. And when they build it, it will be to extract. I began to see that Africa is not facing a scarcity of intelligence. We are not facing a scarcity of labor. We are not facing a scarcity of culture, of memory, of knowledge, or even capacity. We are facing a scarcity of organization. And The scale of that responsibility is immense. Let's crunch some numbers. By 2050, there will be 2.5 billion Africans. 40% of all the youths in the world will be African. UNICEF estimates that Africa was home to roughly 627 million children under 18 in 2023, a figure projected to rise to around 750 million kiddos by 2030, and toward 1 billion by 2050. Right now, we have over 400 million school-age children that live in Africa. 400 million. That is more than the entire population of the United States. We are literally the youngest continent on Earth. That means the question before us today is not small. The question is, will this generation of 400 million children grow up inside institutions that see them, that speak their languages and belong to them? Or will they inherit, once again, systems built elsewhere, owned elsewhere, explained to them in borrowed languages? That is why tonight matters. Because tonight, I am not here to simply introduce an idea. I'm not here to introduce Darius's idea. I am here to name the beginning of a house large enough to hold a different future. The name of that house is the AFRO AI Commons Cooperative. And before this evening is over, I want you to understand what that house is for, what its first expressions in the world will be, why African children stand at the center of it, and why this generation, our generation, this one, you people I'm talking to, has no right whatsoever to meet the age that is coming without building institutions of our own. But let me make this plain. The Afro AI Commons is not an abstract dream. It's not an abstract vision. It is a constitutional house with operating arms. The house governs, the arms build. And from the beginning, those arms must grow together. So, we have the Afro AI Cooperative, and then inside the Afro AI Cooperative, we have 3 arms of the Afro AI Cooperative. We together? Yeah? Okay. So, the first arm of the Afro AI Commons. The first operating arm of the Afro AI Commons is what we call the AI MAD library. MAD for Ebyondo, Ebisoto. So what is an AI MAD library? An AI MAD library is a village intelligence institution. These are village institutions that we shall build on every LC1 around Uganda and around Africa. We have around 70,000 villages in Uganda, so we are planning to build 70,000 AI MAD libraries in Uganda. So, what is an AI MAD library? It is a place where books, local language learning, oral memory, land, democratic life, and intelligent tools are brought together under African stewardship. Now, let me tell you what that means by first telling you what it is not. When we went to school, all of us, you and I, the people that are here, or the people watching, what we experienced and what kids that will go to these AI MAD libraries will experience is different. When I was in primary 2 very many years ago, I remember I sat in row 4, desk number 7. There were many of us in that classroom. A concrete floor, a tin roof, a teacher at the front, a blackboard. All of us faced forward. We did not look at each other on the side. It was forward. You had to look at your teacher. We listened, we memorized, we crammed, we repeated. That is how most all of us studied. The language of instruction in our schools was English. A language, me, when I joined primary 2, I was still learning to think in. A language that did not carry the texture of my home. English did not carry the logic of my mother's proverbs. English did not carry the rhythm of how my mind actually worked. The science I learned was about rivers I had never seen. We were taught about European explorers discovering lakes our ancestors had named centuries before. Our lands, our kingdoms, our people, our own memory, if they appeared at all, appeared as side notes. That's why we are learning Uganda and Kiswahili as side notes. So in primary 2, when the school day ended at 4 p.m., school was there, like it got done, and then you went home. What I learned in school is that I had no living relationship to the work my parents did, or the land we lived on, or the economy we were already part of. Education in the model that we all know is preparation to live, not to serve, not to return, not to build. In the education system that we have now, if you succeed, you leave the village and you move to Kampala and get jobs. If you succeed greatly, you move abroad. You go and look for employment in England or somewhere else. The entire system that feeds our minds was designed to extract the brightest children from their communities and place them somewhere else. And I want to be very clear, that system is still operating right now across this country, across this continent. Children still sit in rows, they still learn in languages not their own, they still memorize facts disconnected from their lives, and they are still prepared to live. So when I say we are building AI mad libraries, I am saying that we are building the direct opposite of that. Let me show you what I mean. Let me paint for you a picture. I want to tell you about a child. She's called Amina. Amina is 6 years old. Amina was born in a small village in Kisoro called Nyakabande. Amina's mother speaks Rufumbira. Amina's grandmother speaks Chinyarwanda. Her family grows coffee. And in Nyakabande itself, her village, Amina's village, that is where we are going to put an AI mad library. Let's call it the Nyakabande AI mad library. So what does it look like when Amina enters that AI mad library for the first time? When Amina walks into her village's AI mad library for the first time at age 6, she is not leaving her village behind. She is entering an institution built inside her village. When Amina walks into the Nyakabande AI mad library for the first time, Amina does not walk into a rectangle of rows and desk numbers that you and I grew up seeing. Amina walks into a circle. And that matters because before a single lesson begins, the building has already started teaching. It teaches that no one sits closer to knowledge than anyone else. It teaches that learning is not only received from above, from a teacher standing at the front. It teaches that people must see each other's faces. It teaches that education is not training for obedience, but preparation for participation. The building that houses Amina's Nyakabande AI library rises from the earth. It's not built from concrete and cement and all that stuff that makes architecture boring. Amina's AI library is built of rammed earth, mud brick, stone, timber, thatch, materials her people already know, materials that Amina has even probably already used. In that mud library, probably her uncle helped build it. Her mother helped fix the mud that built the library. This matters also because she does not enter a structure that feels imported into her life. Amina enters a place that already belongs to her people in form, in material, in memory, and in labor. And when the teacher speaks, she does not begin in English. Amina's teacher begins in Rufumbira. Amina's teacher is not asking Amina, good morning. Amina's teacher is teaching Amina in Rufumbira. Not English with translation, not English pretending to be neutral. Rufumbira, the language Amina dreams in. During class, the way we are going to design the libraries, Amina's teacher brings out a tablet, a simple one, solar charged, study, nothing theatrical. On the screen is a voice assistant. When Amina speaks to the system in Rufumbira, it answers in Rufumbira, not broken, not awkward, not as an afterthought, but fluently. When Amina asks the voice assistant on her tablet and asks, Urukwavu nichi, what is a rabbit? The system shows her a rabbit, not a European rabbit from a textbook, but a rabbit from the hills near her village. The image, the sound it makes, the word in Rufumbira, the word in Chinyarwanda, and if she wants, the word in English. Amina learns that a rabbit is Rukwavu in Rufumbira. She learns that in English, people call it a rabbit. She learns both, but her language comes first. Her language is not secondary. It is the foundation. Now pause there. For many children on this continent, the first encounter with serious intelligence still comes wrapped up in somebody else's language. Somebody else's examples, somebody else's assumptions about what counts as knowledge. But here in this library that is in Amina's village, Amina is not being told that intelligence lives elsewhere. She is meeting intelligence in the language closest to her own mind. This is what language sovereignty means in practice. Not sentiments, not nostalgia, not culture dressed as decoration, but language as the infrastructure of thought itself. And the library does not stop there. When I was in primary school, when it got to 10 a.m., it was time for break, to go and play, to go and break away from the boring structure of what school had to offer. But when Amina and her colleagues break off for work or for break, they walk to the fields, acres of maize, beans, and vegetables growing beside their library. The teacher shows them the soil, that this is where food comes from, not from shops, not from somewhere else, from here, from the soil, from seed, from rain, from Amina's hands. Amina plants bean seeds, she waters them herself, she watches. And 3 months later, when those beans grow, Amina eats them. She knows exactly which row she planted. She knows what the food on her plate came, that she knows that the food that is on her plate came from the work that her hands did. At the Nyakaba and the AI Mad Library, Amina's mind and her hands are not separate. Okay. Amina is now in primary 4. She learns about soil chemistry. The teacher explains nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, how nutrients move through the earth, how plants take what they need. And then that same afternoon, Amina goes to the field with a soil testing kit. She tests the soil, she sees the nitrogen levels, she compares different plots. Amina here is not memorizing facts for an exam. Amina is learning how the world works and then testing it, touching it, and proving it with her own hands. In these mad libraries, by primary 6, Amina is learning how to code, something most of us cannot do. Amina can write a simple program in Python. The lesson is about loops, about if statements, about how to make computers repeat a task. But the task is not abstract. The task is real. Amina writes a program that tracks rainfall every day. The library records how much rain fell. Her program takes the data, averages it, predicts whether the maize that Amina planted in the other garden will need extra watering this week. Amina is learning to code so that she can get Amina is not learning to code so that she can get a job in a tech company in Kampala. Amina is learning to code so that she can solve a problem she sees with her own eyes. And because Amina is not only a mind and not only a pair of hands, every afternoon, Amina and her colleagues sing. They learn traditional songs from her region. She learns songs from Tanzania, from Kenya, from Rwanda. She even composes her songs. She paints, she molds clay, she weaves baskets with her grandmother's techniques. She even plays football. She runs, she dances. Amina is not being prepared for one narrow path like most of us, lawyer or doctor or whatever. Amina is being formed as a complete human being. When Amina is 13, she's now in P7. Amina takes a trip, not a field trip to a museum in Kampala or a zoo to Entebbe. Amina takes a trip to another AI mad library now somewhere else in Tanzania. She stays there for 2 weeks at a library near Mount Kilimanjaro. Where's Amina coming from? Kisoro. But now P7, she goes and visits another library where? In Tanzania or Kenya or Malawi or wherever it is. Amina sees how Tanzanian students grow coffee differently on the slopes of the mountain, intercropped with bananas, using methods probably they did not have in Kisoro. Amina learns words in Kiswahili, she makes friends, she eats ugali for the first time. And when she comes back to Kisoro, she brings that knowledge with her. She tells her class, in Tanzania, by the way, they plant coffee under banana trees. The bananas give shade. Maybe we could try it here. Amina is not learning to leave her village. Amina is learning to serve it better. By the time Amina graduates senior 6, age 20, after 14 years in our mad libraries, Amina speaks 4 languages fluently. Amina can speak Rufumbira, Amina can speak Chinyarwanda, she can speak Kiswahili, and she can speak English. She has grown food, she has sold crops, she has even earned money from the cooperative. Money she saved, money she owns. Amina has written code, most importantly. Amina has trained AI models. She has built tools that her village actually uses. Amina has created art. She has painted, she has sung, she has performed, she has exhibited. By the time Amina is in Form 6, she has almost lived a full life. She has traveled to many countries. She has very many friends in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Kenya, in Rwanda, everywhere. And once Amina is done with Form 6 or Senior 6, Amina can either choose to go to university, and the commons will pay for it. She can choose to work as an agronomist, managing cooperative farms owned by the commons. Amina can become a software engineer, building AI systems in African languages. She can return to Nyakabande as a teacher, passing on what she has learned through these libraries. Amina can even start her own business, and the commons will fund it. Amina is not in debt, she's not dependent, she's not desperate. She's free and she's powerful. And that is the point. The point is not merely that an African child should have access to AI. The point is how that child meets it. In what language? Inside what institution is this child meeting AI? Under whose ownership? For whose future? Because if African children only meet the tools of the future after others have already named them, designed them, owned them, and explained them back to us, then they will always enter that future through someone else's gates. Under the commons, we refuse that. We want African children to meet books, knowledge, translation, memory, land, and intelligent tools from the beginning, as early as 6, not as a luxury, not as a pilot project, not as a charity NGO, but as part of ordinary institutional life. That is one AI mad library. It takes a child who, like me in primary 2, would have sat in row 4, desk 7, memorizing facts in a foreign language, preparing to leave my community, and learning about the St. Lawrence Seaway. You guys remember the St. Lawrence Seaway? Tennessee Valley Authority? Canadian Police? Yeah, that is the stuff we refuse. So we want to make these libraries so that they do not prepare Amina to serve someone else's economy. We are designing these to help Amina teach and build her own economy. We are designing tools that do not tell Amina that her intelligence lives in other people's languages. It proves that intelligence lives in hers. So that is one arm of Smart Chat, of the Afro AI Commons, right? So Afro AI Commons, the first arm, the AI Mad Libraries. So, as you probably might have seen, this one, the AI mad libraries, probably do not make money or a lot of money. So, this is where the second arm of the AFRO AI Commons comes in. Most of you have heard this. The second arm of the AFRO AI Commons is Smart Chat AI Solutions. Why? Because the commons must be funded by work that creates real value in the world. Serious work, cooperative work, work that can earn, circulate, and help sustain the larger mission. And one of the first ways we do that is through Smart Chat. So let me explain to you how Smart Chat works or why Smart Chat exists. Last year, a friend of mine wanted to spend her birthday in Bwindi. She had a budget. She planned carefully. Before she traveled, she wanted to know some very ordinary things that many of us would want to know before they travel. Which lodges are near Bwindi that fit my budget? How much would local transport cost when I get to Bwindi? What even were the park fees? Where could she eat without overspending? And what was actually worth seeing there? Not the generic things copied across every website, but the real experience available to someone like her. These are simple questions. Of course, whenever you're going to go to a place, you want to know, right? How do I get there? Who is there? And stuff like that. But when my friend tried to plan the trip, she found something very familiar in our part of the world. Bwindi existed, the services at Bwindi existed, the people to provide the services at Bwindi existed, but the intelligence connecting them was missing. The lodge prices were scattered, some information was outdated, some places had no useful online presence at all, some required phone calls, some never answered, transport costs were unclear until arrival. Restaurants could not be assessed properly in advance so that she could know where she was going to have her birthday lunch from. The experience was there, but then it was too fragmented. Everything was disconnected. So, when she finally arrived in Bwindi, she sat down for lunch at a beautiful place. And only then she discovered that it was too expensive for the budget she had planned. And this is the important part. She ended up spending less money on that trip than she was actually willing to spend. Not because she lacked interest, not because she lacked money, but because the experience was not organized well enough to help her spend with confidence. The information was fragmented, the service was disconnected, there was no conversational layer helping a real person move through a real place with clarity. And that is not only my friend's problem, that is also a structural problem across Africa. In Africa, travelers want to spend. I was at Powate last year. Powate is the Pearl of Africa Tourism Expo. And one of the problems Uganda faces is people come here with money to spend, but we do not let them spend the money because the border guy is alone, the taxi guy is alone, the hotel guys are alone, everyone is alone operating in their own silo. So that is a structural problem. It's not only Uganda, it's across Africa. Travelers want to spend, guests want to plan, visitors want guidance, businesses want customers, service providers want income. But between all of them, there's often too much friction, too much silence, too much scattered information, too much avoidable confusion. And when that happens, everyone loses. The traveler is frustrated, the lodge loses bookings, the restaurants loses customers, the driver loses income, and value that should have circulated locally disappears into disorganization. That is the problem Smart Chat exists to solve. So, Smart Chat is the conversational infrastructure layer that helps organize fragmented African services around actual human needs. It helps people move through places, businesses, and institutions with more clarity, more trust, and more locally grounded intelligence. That is why Smart Chat matters. Because if the AI Mind Library is about the long work of building the future from the roots, then Smart Chat is about making intelligence useful in the present tense of African economic life. And tonight, we will show you the first way Smart Chart will enter the African market. So, both of the two arms I have now explained, Smart Chart and the AI MAD libraries, I want to be very clear. Those will not be specifically Ugandan-based organizations. These will be African-based organizations, okay? So there's Smart Chart AI Solutions Kenya, there's Smart Chart AI Solutions Togo, there's Smart Chart AI Solutions Egypt, Morocco, 54 countries of Africa. That is the scale which we are building with this time. Enough of dreaming small. So two arms, AI MAD libraries for education and pedagogy. Second, Smart Chart AI solutions for finances and money. And then we go to the third arm of the AFRO AI Commons. The third arm of the AFRO AI Commons is the Arteria collection. The Arteria collection. I did not include it in these books here. Yes, I didn't. Okay. So, if the libraries that we are building will build humans, if Smart Chart organizes services, the Arteria collection builds sovereign value. It is where the commons enters product, craft, land, hospitality, and circulation. Not as a supplier of raw materials this time to someone else's standards, but as an institution that defines quality and holds premium and keeps more value near the people who created it. Because sovereignty is not only a question of language, sovereignty is not only a question of governance, sovereignty is also a question of value. Who defines value for us as Africans? Who grades our value? Who names excellence even? Who captures the premium? Who remains raw material? And who becomes author, owner, and standard setter? That is the question the Arteria collection exists to answer. I will make that concrete. Imagine a coffee grower in Kisoro. Let's call her Grace. Grace lives on the slopes of Mount Mohabura. Grace knows the rain. Grace knows the soil. She knows when the cherries are ready. She knows how a bean changes when the season has been good and how it changes when the season has been hard. Her hands know the work. The coffee that Grace grows is not generic. It carries altitude. It carries volcanic soil. It carries the taste of Kisoro. Kisoro has soils that we call andosols. Andosols are very particular soils that are very fertile, and they are only found in 1% of the world. And yet too often, when that coffee leaves her hill, when that coffee leaves, as Grace's hill, something familiar happens. Another language begins to speak over that coffee. Another grading system begins to name it. Another market begins to decide what in that coffee counts as quality and what does not. Grace is forced to sell her coffee at a painfully ordinary price, handing over her hard-earned chiboko or green beans to middlemen that always cheat her. Grace accepts a few thousand shillings per kilo just to pay school fees or buy salt, only to realize that once those bags leave her village, they get on a dusty truck bound for Kampala or Mombasa. She watches as that same coffee, the very beans she picked one by one under the Kisoro sun, is tucked into fancy packing, under a foreign label, and a name she can't even pronounce. Her sweat, Grace's sweat, is rebranded as a luxury experience, selling in London, in New York, for the price of the entire sack of a harvest. Grace's prestige of her coffee, of her soil and whatever has traveled across the ocean, but the profit never made it back to the hill. And this is what we believe at the Commons. Extraction does not only happen at the point of sale, it also happens at the point of definition. Because once somebody else names your excellence for you, they are already halfway to pricing it for you. That is what the Arteria collection refuses. It refuses the arrangement in which African land produces, African labor cultivates, African hands harvest, and then someone else decides what that thing is worth. The Arteria collection says we must increasingly learn to define quality on our own terms as Africans, from within our soils, our own materials, our own histories, our own sensory worlds, and our own standards of excellence. That is sovereignty at the level of product. And in Uganda, that will begin with coffee, because coffee is not incidental here. It is one of the serious materials of this country. So the question is not whether Uganda will produce coffee. The question is whether Uganda will remain close to only production, while prestige and premium rise elsewhere, or whether we will also refine it, narrate it, present it, and dignify it more fully on our own terms. That is where the Arteria collection begins. But product alone is not enough. Sovereign value must also become visible. It must enter public life. It must be accounted, not only exported. That is why the Arteria collection will also express itself through cafes. Let me make that visible too. Imagine a young person walking into an Arteria cafe in Kampala. On the wall is not generic decor. There is a map of African coffee growing regions. The shelf carries beans from Kisoro, from Mount Elgon, from Ethiopia, from Rwanda, from Kenya, everywhere. The cup in their hand, the one that they are using to drink the coffee, is made by an artisan from Lira. The barista does not speak about coffee as an anonymous product, as an expensive product. He says, when he hands the coffee, this one comes from Kisoro volcanic soil. He names the place, he names the grower, he names the character of the cup. Now think about what has happened in that moment. What was just exported, what was once just exported outward as raw commodity has become an experience of African dignity, African craft, and African meaning. The product is not only sold, it is interpreted, it is given setting, it is given language, it is brought into public life with care. That matters. Because if African value only rises after it leaves us, then the continent remains too distant from its own excellence. But when that excellence is also refined, presented, and encountered here, in spaces we shape, under the standards which we our own selves define, then sovereignty becomes more than theory. It becomes taste, it becomes ritual, it becomes atmosphere, it becomes part of ordinary life. And the same logic extends further still into hospitality. Because as a commons, we believe that luxury is not imitation, luxury is mastery, and mastery is always local. So when I say the Arteria collection builds sovereign value, this is what I mean. It defines quality closer to home, it keeps refinement closer to home, it presents excellence in spaces we shape, and circulates value through products, through cafes, and through hospitality. Because if we do not learn how to hold premium value on our own terms, then even our finest land, our finest craft, and our finest labor will continue to enrich worlds that speak of us beautifully while paying us little. The Commons refuses that kind of arrangement. We are here to build something else. 3 arms: the AI Mad Library, Smart Chat AI Solutions, and the Arteria Collection, doing 3 different things. So, why a cooperative? Why did we want to design this as a cooperative? What is a cooperative? We are going to design the Commons as a cooperative, not as a charity distributing aid, not as a company maximizing shareholder profits, a cooperative. And that word carries weight. It means the people who create the value own the institution. The students who grow the coffee, they own the shares. The teachers who educate the kids in the AI Mad Library, they own the shares. The developers who build Smart Chat, they own the shares. The artisans who fire the pottery, they own the shares. One member, One vote, not $1, one vote. Decisions are made democratically in barazas, in assemblies, in councils. Surplus is distributed fairly, some to members as dividends, some reinvested in land and infrastructure, some directed to the Solidarity Fund that builds regional strength. That is what cooperative means in practice. Now, some of you might be wondering, like Eli asked me sometime, why don't we just make this venture capital? We go, we raise money from investors, we scale fast, and we exit when we are rich. That model exists. It works for many businesses, but it does not work for sovereignty, for what we are trying to build. Because the VC model, the venture capital model, requires extraction. You must maximize profit for shareholders. You must prioritize speed over depth. You must build for existence, not performance. But then we realize that you cannot build an institution that will last 50 years, 200 years, that will educate 3 generations, that will hold land in trust for communities, and you build it on a 5-year exit timeline. I don't think that is possible. So we chose differently. We chose the cooperative model because sovereignty cannot be built on extraction. If we are refusing to be extracted from, refusing to supply our raw materials, then we cannot build an institution that extracts from its own members. Our structure with which we are going to build all this must match the mission. And this is not only economics. Naming the AFRO AI Commons as a cooperative was a completely political decision. A completely political decision. Why? A cooperative makes money. A cooperative serves more people than a normal venture capital company would have served, would have loved to do. So we do not want, as Africans, to be handed tools and money and donor money to do the things that Africans should be doing by themselves. Ownership is not charity. Ownership is not participation. Ownership is power. And if we're serious about building African sovereignty, not as rhetoric, but as practice, then we must build institutions where power is held by the people who create the value. That is why the Commons is a cooperative. Not because we are idealistic, not because we are anti-profit, but because cooperative ownership is the only structure that allows for us to build what we are trying to build. An institution that lasts, an institution that resists extraction, an institution where wealth circulates rather than extracts, an institution where students, teachers, farmers, artisans, and workers hold power, not as beneficiaries, but as owners. That is the political architecture of the Commons. And this cooperative architecture will scale and can scale from 1 library to 10, from 10 to hundreds, from hundreds to thousands. Because cooperatives compound, they network, they federate. 1 library in Kisoro, another one in Kabale, 10 in Uganda, hundreds across East Africa, regional councils coordinating, a Pan-African structure holding it all together. So now perhaps the question is no longer whether this work is necessary. The question is whether we are willing to take responsibility for it. Because there are moments in history when a generation is confronted by a task that it did not choose, but cannot honorably refuse. And I believe this is one of those moments. We have inherited a continent of immense intelligence, immense labor, immense cultural wealth, immense memory, and also immense disorganization, immense extraction, immense fragmentation, and institutions too often too weak to carry the weight of our people. That is the truth. But this is also true We have never had more reason to build than we do now. We have the people, we have the land, we have the language, we have the memory, we have the technical tools, we have the urgency, and we have a generation of African children, young people who are thirsty for the things that we are going to build at the commons. We have young children who are thirsty for dignity, who are thirsty for institutions that do not insult their intelligence, who are thirsty for a future they can enter without having to borrow themselves from somewhere else. So let us be clear with one another. As African children, no one is coming to save us. No foreign government, no philanthropy, no platform company, no nice investor from elsewhere will come and quietly build the civilization institutions we have refused to build for ourselves. That work is for Africans. It is ours. And if we do not do it, it will not be because Africa lacked intelligence. It will not be because Africa lacked labor. It will not be because Africa lacked resources. It will be because we failed to organize them. And at the Commons, we refuse that ending. We refuse the idea that this generation, with all it has seen, all it has suffered, all it has inherited, and all it now has access to, should meet the age that is coming with nothing but commentary, dependency, and applause for other people's systems. It is time for us to build institutions, to build standards, to build languages into systems, to build ownership into value, to build intelligence into places our people can actually see, to build with enough seriousness that what comes after us will not have to begin again from dust. That is what tonight is about. Not a concept, not a branding exercise, not a polite event, a real beginning. The beginning of an institution, the beginning of a structure, the beginning of long responsibility. And because institutions are not built by sentiment alone, tonight cannot only end by listening. We must move into form. Tonight is a moment we begin to build. Thank you. Oh, is the laptop? My laptop. We are going to. Yeah. Wait, who is bringing that laptop? The laptop.
Just tell them that we're going to do the product launch. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Darius. We want to thank each one of you for coming through. Those who have come in a bit late, not late, you came in when it was in the middle of the launch, but is now going to present to us the whole idea, and he's going to project it for us so that we get the whole idea firsthand by seeing. The Bachiga say, amazima gumuchiga no kwerebera. Those who translated, the truth of Bachiga is by seeing. So you first see properly, and then you believe. So Darius is going to do for us the projection of the product so that we get to understand what he has been talking about. Most importantly, those of you who are paying attention, we had 3 things that are part of the AI, AFRO AI Commons Cooperative. And the first one was MAD libraries. First one was MAD libraries, and he talked about how we ought to learn firsthand with our languages. He talked about a story about a little girl from Kisoro. In her interaction with AI, the first thing should be interacting in our local language or in her local language. Because most of the time, because of English, sometimes things are lost in translation. When someone tells you something, most times you first translate it to your local language, right? Someone speaks, yeah. When you're learning English at first, you first translate to your local language, and most of the time stuff is lost in translation. So MAD libraries will enable us to have most of this information in local languages that can easily be translated by the users of this information. The other one was Smart Chat, which is more of like a financial service whereby people are able to access different services. You explained about like how people want to spend money, tourists in Uganda, and everything is like scattered around. So this Smart Chat brings the services together in one. The last one was Darius? The Arteria collection.
The Arteria collection.
Yeah.
And we are just going to have each and everything now explained firsthand on the screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, attention, the screen, and Darius is going to take us through this next phase. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Emma. So, it's now time to see how we are going to make money. Okay? The first thing the AFRO AI Commons Cooperative is going to do is to design a bana ibintu kabyarugawusha done. So right now we are going to see again how the AFRO AI Commons Cooperative, we are going to see how we are going to make money, how we enter the AI markets to make money. So, like we can all see, the first thing we are choosing to make real is a product we called Smart Chat Stay. Okay? What is the use of Smart Chat Stay? When I was talking in my speech, I talked about how information to tourists or to whatever, to people who want to come to Uganda is fragmented. So Smart Chat Stay takes a very small portion of Uganda's hospitality industry, the short-term rental properties and Airbnbs and stuff like that, to make this product, Smart Chat Stay. So what does Smart Chat Stay help? Smart Chat Stay helps a place host well, even from a distance. That's the reason, that's the main point we are designing all this. So that if you own your Airbnb or your short-term rental, you can be able to host someone in a way that you would love also, even though you're not around. Are we getting it? Yeah? Smart Chat Stay ekuyambako okuhostinga abantu mu kifo kyo ky'oba otaddeyo mu Airbnb nga toliiwo. For example, I think I'm going to use my auntie now as an example. When you guys turn around, you'll see a very beautiful woman in glasses. That's my auntie. She's called Eunice. Eunice and her husband own a short-term rental property like we are going to talk about, okay? But they don't live here. Eunice and her husband live in Eswatini. So we are trying to design a product that can help people who sleep in Eunice's house in Uganda to help the guests feel how Eunice and her husband would want them to feel. Tulitwena? No? Not yet. Okay. Eunice has an Airbnb, right? She doesn't live here. She lives in Eswatini. Okay? The Airbnb is here. Guests come from wherever they come from to the Airbnb here. Okay? Eunice and her husband are not here to tell the person, whoever comes in their Airbnb, don't do this, or whatever, all those things that you would love to communicate to guests if you are around. Yeah? So we designed a system in which Eunice can be able to talk to her guests even when she's not around. Okay? No? We're still not getting it? Okay. Cool. So we go. At Smart Chat, we believe that hosting is not just access. For us in Africa, when you host someone, you don't just give them keys. You're like, you go to the house and sleep. No. We receive them. We orient them. We tell them, this time in this place, when it gets to 10 o'clock, right? You tell them this place is nice, or this restaurant is good, or this restaurant serves cold food, you know. That is useful help that we always give visitors that come to visit us, right? You take them to places that you also yourself love, okay? So at Smart Chat, we believe, this is the philosophy, that hosting is not just access. So when you're hosting someone and you just give them keys, for us we believe that is not enough. You just give them a Wi-Fi password, that is not enough. So in the way many of us were taught to host, you do not simply give someone keys, a Wi-Fi password, and a few numbers and leave them to figure out things alone. You receive them, you orient them, you help them move through the place well. Okay? That is what we mean by host intelligence. The care, the judgment, and the local knowledge a good host carries naturally. Okay? Those things we're talking about of, oh, when you're in this place, 10 o'clock is a bad time to move. When you're in this place, use these borders or something like that. The intelligence the host knows about their place. So, this is a problem we are naming. What does the host know about their property? I have another beautiful aunt in the house, so I'll also use her as an example. Tina and her fiancé Paul, Tina is here, also run a chain of Airbnbs called Come Stay Homes. Okay? So, Come Stay Homes are Airbnbs in Nigeria, Chira, and some at Pearl Marina. All those Airbnbs have different rules. Of course, they are in different locations. But Tina being the particular person she is, there's a way Tina loves to host people. Okay? So normally, what we have now, when you text someone on WhatsApp, when you want to book their Airbnb, after you've booked, you text them, hey, what's up? We'll come at this time. They can tell you where the keys are going to be, or all that stuff, and then that is it, okay? But Tina knows some trusted transport contacts around Pearl Marina that she could probably want to tell her guests. Tina knows nice spa places that guests can go and visit around Pearl Marina, okay? Tina knows nice food places around Pearl Marina that guests can use, you know. But those guests will never know those things through a WhatsApp message that is saying the location and the keys are on top of the door and stuff like that, okay? So we want to design a system that automatically brings Tina's hosting knowledge every day, every time anyone needs it, right? Yeah? So the things Tina knows about her establishments, Pearl Marina, everywhere, we want to bring them into a system that is easily accessible for guests, right, to access, okay? We go. So what we are trying to close is the gap between what the host knows and what the guest experiences. If Tina knows all these nice places where people can eat, the nice border guys, and then the guests that come to her establishment never get to know those things, what help are they? Yeah? So we want to close that. So, what does this look like in real life? Now, I wanted to project because we made this, but I do not know how to project it on the screen. So this system that I am telling you a system, it is not generic automation. Here, the guest is not just getting answers. They are receiving the host's judgment in real time, okay, through WhatsApp meanwhile. My screen, like to show the board. So what does Smart Chat Stay actually give to the guest? It gives trust for the guest because now the place is now not just a listing. The place now feels clear, guided, and serious. Confusion becomes confidence before it becomes a problem. Smart Chat Stay also helps to get visibility for the host because the host can understand what guests are facing even from afar. So if you design this system, you can be able to monitor it from wherever you are. Who is in your house, what questions they are asking, what is disturbing them, what they would love to know, right? All those things. And if you're receiving very many requests, if you're receiving very many people using the product, Then at the end of the month, you probably know the questions that disturb your guests, right? Because now you can see from the system that we provide to you in the back end. Yeah, my guests are always disturbed by transport at night. My guests would love a washing machine. My guests would love, you know, all those things that you would never have known in one-on-one messages. So, Smart Chat Stay is being designed to provide that I've just talked about. So, what are we proving first with the product that we have designed? We believe that Smart Chat Stay will be the evidence that the institution that we are trying to build can last. How? If Smart Chat Stay does not make money, then probably our model is wrong. Okay? Because we've identified a real problem that we think our real hosts face. There's a market for the product that we are trying to build. So what we're going to do, we shall start with serious short stay hosts first. Because many hosts are already using WhatsApp. Then we prove that the product feels specific. And then after we prove that the method can work beyond what the founder is thinking. Because the ideas I'm giving you now are just the founder's ideas. So when we put them into the world to see how they work, then we can tell. Yeah, Yanga. Okay, let's do it here then. We are going to try out the product so that we can see what I am talking about. Hey, but you guys are going to see my secrets if I open my WhatsApp. Wait, no, it's okay. Kashima, I'm still going to use WhatsApp to like show.
No, you can.
And I can't remove this. Like on.
That thing can show TV. Photo, the phone. The phone should mirror, but it should be connected.
It's okay, Emma, just connect. Just connect.
Okay. Don't worry, you don't have any notes. So.
Yeah, it's fine. Is it on? Is it on?
Also charger. Where's your charger? Where's your charger?
My bag. Laptop charge.
About the blackout. What? Did you know? It should be there.
TV Young. Yes. And it's only one. nothing. Eh? Plug your TV, Arteria, think mine. Okay, yeah. Jail. Jail. There should be a guy. Okay. Nah. No, I can't wait for that. I doubt. Gender kwita Montari. Gender kwita Montari reception down at Yamba. Oh, okay. The WhatsApp. Tulikuwa kujunipunya product yani. Okay. First remove the music. So colleagues, Sean, can you read on the TV? No.
Let's see if we can zoom it. Look at it when I put it
Zoom. 200.
Korea.
Okay. Yeah, and we put it that side. Zoom. Then we zoom again. Okay. We'll try to work with this, I think. Okay. So guys, this is the system, apparently the system I was telling you about. So, first of all, Smart Chat Stay runs on WhatsApp only. Okay? It runs on the business number of the owner of the Airbnb. right? So you have an Airbnb. Then if you want us to get you Smart Chat Stay, then we use that number. So what happens before we onboard you on Smart Chat Stay? First, of course, we come to your property and ask you questions about your property. Of course, where it is, what things you would love your guests to know, right? So what does that mean? That means Smart Chat Stay at Come Stay Homes does not look like Smart Chat Stay at Unity's visitor residence. They are the same product, but they don't look alike, right? Because the visitor's residence is 6 rooms. Come Stay Homes is 1 or 2 rooms, okay? So in this example, we have this Airbnb called Kisasi Studio. Kisasi Studio, I have just texted hello at 21:25. And the Smart Chat Stay at Kisasi Studio has just asked me in here, welcome to Kisasi Studio, a peaceful, handy 1-room in Kisasi, Kampala. How can I assist you to make your stay better? Okay, so this is what Kisasi Studio chose. Tina at Come Stay Homes could choose a different greeting, right? Eunice with her visitor's residence can choose a different greeting, right? It doesn't have to be this. So this is what Kisasi Studio specifically chose, okay? Smart Chat Stay helps guests before they arrive, during their stay in your Airbnb, and also after they leave, okay? So before they arrive, what is Smart Chat Stay answering? Where is the place? Those questions people always ask before they book. Where is the place? Is it safe? What else? Amenity. Oh, what is there? How many rooms? Oh, is it kid friendly? Can I bring a pet? Yeah, right? So Smart Chat Stay helps in that regard, okay? After you arrive, Smart Chat Stay is not done, okay? Now, Smart Chat Stay also helps during your stay. It stays with you, okay? So how does that help? How does it help in that regard? So for example, you have, let's say you have an inverter, okay, at your establishment, at your Airbnb. And when power goes off, you would want to direct your guest that, when power goes off, when power goes off, the inverter is working, but don't remember to not put a kettle or a flat iron or those things, okay? Really useful information that can help the guest in the place. Or, what if the guest is new in Kampala, right? They've never been. When on Airbnb, after they reach, you're done. You and the guest are done because the guest booked your establishment. They got into the establishment, you've paid. Airbnb is what? That is what we call it in Ruchiga. Their job is done, right? Now for us, it's like a Smart Chat Stay. Our job has just begun, okay? Because now we want to reorient the client, the guest, for the length of their stay, okay? For the length of their stay. So Brenda, my cousin there, manages Airbnbs, and she has common questions, like she knows guests have to ask this question. What is the gate number? Where do I get the keys? Where do I, all those things. All those are things that we feed into our Smart Chat Stay that can help the guest feel comfortable in a place. Okay? So for example, This one has welcomed me. So maybe I've reached the place and now I want to, where are the keys? Where are the keys? No. Yeah. Auntie Tina already fed the information that we are giving to the client when we came to her to help us on board. Okay? So the information is already fed into the system. Okay? So the keys, smart chat stay at Gambia. The unit is within a secure gated compound. Just ring the bell at the gate and call the host if you need assistance. If you have any trouble finding the keys or getting inside, please tell me and I'll connect you straight to the host for support. Meaning, Kisasi Stay didn't provide information for us to give the guest the keys. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah, absolutely. So, the person is in the place and they want to do what? I want to go somewhere, like I want to go and eat. I am hungry. Is there a place I can find food around? So, when you ask this question, why Smart Chat Stay is different, why I was telling you Tina's Smart Chat Stay cannot look like Eunice's Smart Chat Stay. If Tina's stay is in Nigeria, okay, and Eunice's stay is in Buziga, that means the places to eat cannot be the same, can they be? No. Right? Yeah. So, I'm hungry. Is there a place around I can find food? Let's see what the stay at Kisasi does. Okay. So, Smart Chat Stay tells us that you're close to some tasty spots. Okay, Cafe Java's 8 minutes away, the gardens for local dishes 7 minutes away. So meaning the owner of Kisasi Stay put the places around, okay, that are very useful for the guest. But, this is where Smart Chat Stay now becomes extremely important. So, you're close to some tasty spots. Cafe Java's is 8 minutes away. The gardens for local dishes is 7 minutes away. KFC Bokoto is 10 minutes away. And La Patisserie for sweet treats is 10 minutes away, right? But the owner of Kisasi Stay now provided very different information that is very useful. If you're craving for home-style local food, Kisasi Stay has a person called Yvonne, our trusted local cook, is just a call away at this number. She's famous for authentic flavors. So Tina could be having her birthday, who lives in that Shikari, where that Airbnb is. And that person makes nice luombo. Do you see now how we integrate them into a system that they would never have been part of? Yeah? Okay. This is what I was talking about in my speech. The person providing the food or the cooking is available, all right? The Airbnb is available. The guest is available. So how do we connect the three for all of them to do what? To benefit. And that is what I kept on saying about Africa and resources. Guys, Africa and resources, the resources are there. The onus is on us to connect these resources to the people that need them. Reorientation. Also, notice how this also reorients the guest. Here they could go out, but down here they could stay indoors. Yeah? You get? So there's that. So that is what one of the things Smart Chat Stay does. Then, okay. So this person now probably has gotten where to eat and what to eat, okay? Then maybe they have another question. Let's see. What can we ask? I am new in Kampala. I am new in Kampala. And I'm right. And I'm bored.
Where's the party?
I am so bored. I am so bored. Where is the party? Where is the party at? So, if you ask probably Eunice's Airbnb, you won't get the answer to this question because there's no place for you to party around, right? But probably Tina could have nice options of a good night out in Kampala, right? So, this one, Acacia Mall, is just about 18 minutes from here. Perfect for eating out, shopping, or watching a film for the best nightlife or party spots. I can connect. So katolabya ono teatuwa party time, teatuwa chi things to make the party for the guest. Okay? But still that is things you would do if you wanted. Right? Different information for different guests, for different hosts. Right?
Ask if there's a trusted border guy.
Is there a trusted border guy? Is there a trusted border guy that I need to run an errand. I need to run an errand. Do you have a border guy I can trust? Do you have a border guy I can trust? Okay. So, Jesus Christ. So, I want us to pay attention here. I want us to pay attention here. So, because Kisasi Stay had their own border contact, right? It recommends for a safe and dependable ride, you can get in touch with Sally, our trusted border rider. He's great for short trips. Sally picks up food. Sally runs errands. Sally quick deliveries, right? Reach him directly on this. And it also tells you that this property trusts him, right? Right? Then, so there is something else that we want to make quite intentional about transport in Smart Chat Stay. And that thing is, let's see it. So, my mom is here. She's in Kampala. She's probably just gotten from the bus. She lives in Kabale. My mom does not kind of trust main drivers. So my mom asks, can I get a woman driver to like take me home? It's late. To take me home. So one Airbnb could be having women drivers, others maybe won't, okay? But Kisasi Stay, for it has a safe and comfy ride that you can get from Nachi, okay? Nachi is a very reliable female driver. She's great for airport pickups, getting around town, and is a perfect choice for our women guests. Gives you the number. You will arrange pricing with her straight up, okay? This is a very big opportunity for where tourism is going, okay? Where tourism is going, there is too much incentive for establishments to actually provide women-safe environments for guests, okay? So, if in Smart Chat Stay, for example, good case scenario, right? Let's say we go to Tina, Tina has a woman driver. We go to Eunice, Eunice has another one. We go to like 500 hosts in Kampala, and they all have women drivers, okay? Do you see how now SmartChat has a very good, reliable database of safe women drivers in Uganda? Do you think something like that exists? Absolutely not. It doesn't. And we shall build it. Yeah? It's we are building it, if I may say. Yes, please.
It provides for an opportunity for feedback as well.
From the guest?
Yes.
Exactly.
The border guy services were shitty or nice if the woman driver was.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. So, you also, like for hosts, you also want to work like with someone who is reliable, right? You can't like keep giving your guests a guy who is not reliable.
But maybe also it could, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, it could have a background dashboard to know that between Brian and Emma, for the guests that have used them, Brian's dashboard goes up while the other, so that now the host can know that tactfully I'll recommend this one more than this one because of reasons.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Did you hear what Brian said? Now, who provides these numbers? It is not SmartChat. It is the host. Okay? It is the host. If Eunice does not have a border guy that they trust, her SmartChat stay won't have a border guy contact. Right? So if an establishment doesn't have a woman driver, we shall not, SmartChat does not provide. So the relationship here is between the host and the guest and the person they know, because by the time you provide this person, you must trust them for your guests. Right? Yeah. So, with SmartChat Stay, because SmartChat Stay, like I said, is going to be our first manifestation of what this is actually capable of. Okay? There's a real need. Do you guys think there's a real need? Yeah, absolutely.
Brian, yes. He raised a very valid question. Will it give us opportunity to give it feedback? If I use the border guy and they left me halfway or didn't give me my balance or it wasn't a pleasant ride, how do I feed that information back
To the-
to take it back to
The host. Absolutely.
And also, how do I track a good service provider or a bad one over time?
Who, you the host?
Yes, me, the host. Because it could have been a one-off.
Yeah.
If you know Brian for being a good person.
Yeah.
But this one day was in a bad mood. So how do I track that over time? Out of the 20 guests that we have in a week,
Yeah.
18 of them complain about his
About,
service.
okay.
They all say he's good.
Yeah. That's a very good question.
Rejoinder to Tina's question. Like, I'm thinking this is like a live bot. I don't know if it's
A live board?
a live bot.
Yeah. What do you mean?
When you go to a site, a website,
Mm.
and you type
Mm.
this,
Mm.
this. So I'm thinking like maybe on the feedback,
Mm.
it is like you feed it instantly, right?
You the
If
the guy?
let's say I've ordered some, but
Yeah.
the guy
Yeah.
has taken me, immediately I go back to you. Tell you, yeah, this border guy there was
Was trash.
right? It was
Hey.
trash, yeah.
Okay, so there is very many things that hosts do not want to pass through machines, okay? These ones they want to say themselves, okay? So one of the good things with this, it is very easy to give feedback, and it is very easy for the host to get feedback, okay? Let's see how. So,
Can you make like a complaint about that guy?
the judge, absolutely, that's what I was going to show.
And my background to the question
Mm.
is I've seen a 5-star safe border rider
Mm.
who is consistently not nice.
Mm.
But then I'm wondering if the 5 stars are being
Mm.
bought
Mm.
or
Mm,
if it's
yeah.
who is unlucky
Auntie, but,
not to have his
yeah.
5-star service.
but also remember, Brian, here, Brian has come to my Airbnb. He's complained about my border guy, okay? I do not take ages to see that me, the host. I see it immediately. You get? So you as a host, you have a very good chance to say, naigwe guy, sikutegede, right? So if it is one complaint, and then you receive the second, I do not think there's a host now who would wait for the third time, right? You got a complaint last week from the same border guy. Even this guy, the same problem really. Do you think the host would want to keep that? I doubt, right? So what we provide as Smart Chat, we provide a dashboard very easy for the host to change or delete that person, okay? Without at first calling Darius from the developer from these ends, no. You can change it immediately, okay? So we want to make it as easy as possible, right? For people to like always change, the host to always like change information by themselves, okay? So for example, your house is not available this weekend. You should be able to change that in a minute if you want to. It shouldn't be, or first call me, right? You want to remove the border guide's number, it's very easy, you remove it, okay? So, and also, falling back, I want to show the bot. Okay, it's here. Usage homes. Tables. So, okay. So we have, this is what the host can see in their back end. They can see, so this is the Smart Chat state that we designed that we are using here. So we can see that Matthias Juko, Titi, visited. You can see what your guest asked, what they talked about, everything, okay? You can see all of them, Eunice, Jacqueline, Kim, Mahereza, Patricia, all those people, okay? And, yes, please.
By seeing what I just talked about, does it give you the conversation? Because that would be another privacy issue. Does it now see and say your guest asked about maybe the border guy, the lady, the accommodation, secrets and all those things? What do you see? What exactly does the smart bot show?
Okay. So first of all, we want to know that we want the guest to know that you're watching. We want the guest to know that you're watching. That yes, you have an assistant, but you're not off. And we want to make it extremely clear in these conversations that this is AI. We don't want people to be talking to Smart Chat stay like they're talking to people. No, they should be told from the beginning that you're talking to the virtual assistant of whatever it is. Then also, for example, now this is where you can see the conversations of the person that is
privacy. I think I get what she's saying. If it's AI, the user might
Feel like we
be
allow
thinking, yeah, you're
their
intruding on their
privacy.
privacy. Say I asked the chatbot, I want to go to new best hostel. You get it? So I just give an example.
Do we access full conversations, or it just gives us only what we
Full convos.
I think
Full convos from when the user begins until the user ends.
Ideally, when you're talking to an assistant, you are like talking
To the person.
So
Hey.
whatever you feel free to disclose to the person at that point
Yes.
is no longer protected under your privacy.
Yeah.
So meaning things that you don't want to say, if I
You don't.
cannot talk to the AI that I want to go to new best, then meaning I wouldn't have even told
The hosts themselves.
somebody
Hey.
called Tina and said, Tina, which is the way
because
to
ultimately
this place.
the host will know.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
disclaimer.
Disclaimer.
The conversation that you actually talking to a virtual assistant.
Yes. Yeah. 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 Because also we would want to, guys, we would want
The
to.
moment some of these conversations now spill out of the assistant to somewhere else, then
There's a breach of
then that is
Uh-huh,
a
that-
breach of privacy.
That is now what I was going to say.
Airbnb
yeah.
start cheating.
Yeah.
People
Yeah.
doing all sorts of things.
Yeah.
You want to be careful
Mm.
where that conversation lands.
Okay. So that is a good the good thing of bringing people on board, because now they give you perspectives that you didn't have before. Okay? But that is nice. Again, product is in development. Okay? So also what we hope to achieve with this, analytics for Airbnb hosts. Okay? Every month we let you know what's going on, how many people came to you, how many people are loving your services, what should you improve, okay? So that you become intelligent with the way you also host, right? Yeah. So let's talk about money, guys. Yes, please.
All that money have you.
Sorry. Yes, Auntie.
Yes, I have a question.
Mm.
Thank you so much for the presentation and all the ideas. I really love them, and you know, from an old generation, I'm also learning.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. So my question is, it's assisting the guests
Mm.
when they come,
Mm.
and it is also, of course, apart from using it as a tool.
Mm.
Me as an Airbnb owner,
Mm.
I also want to use it to help me see what is outside.
Mm.
For
Outside,
example, yes, is there a way I can ask, oh, by the way, is there any special event coming up around? Is there any party coming?
Nice, nice, nice. Okay.
I don't know.
Yes, yes, yes.
If there's a marathon.
Yeah, yeah. And I would want to run. Yes.
But then I also want to troubleshoot
Yeah.
the number of guests that I'm going to host.
Yes, please.
Be on the client dashboard, because that's basically what a client wants for insights to build into her chat to help her consumers who come
To
stay at her Airbnb.
But Auntie, she's talking about like for example, like that event is just happening like that time. Mm.
Is subscribing to
Yeah,
Snapchat.
yeah.
The consumers don't see this. I'm asking as an owner to find out insights around it that I could structure to
Oh,
help my
is that what you're
guests when they
saying?
come.
Hey, yeah, 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 yeah.
It's all about the consumer journey
Eh.
within her Airbnb. So she's trying to find out as a client.
Yeah.
Something happening within my ecosystem that I need to know about, that I can plug into the chat so that I could have a guest I could ask about.
Yes, yes, yes. That's a really important question. So, like I said, okay. Smart Chat Stay is the first of its kind, okay? What are we trying to do here? Okay? What is the point of Smart Chat Stay? We are trying to design the conversational layer of African AI. Okay? What does that entail? So, we are going to design smart chat concierge for hotels. We are going to design smart chat something else for lodges. We are going to design some smart chat something else for runners. We are going to design whatever, all those things, okay? When all those feed into one system, we get insights like those, okay? Who knows WeChat? In China, right? So it is one big platform where you can ask questions like these, pay, Uber, all those things. Okay? This is what we are trying to design with Smart Chat. At its peak, Smart Chat looks like WeChat. That is how big we are dreaming about this. And it is not just the Ugandan product. Again, so Smart Chat Arabic, Smart Chat Hausa, Smart Chat Rufumbira, Smart Chat everything. So for the first time, this is just kamwe kamwe nugo Muganda, the first step of what is, yeah.
I think my question is answered in your response, I think. I just wanted to understand whether the information is static information. I mean,
In the, no.
when Entity gave it to you,
No.
if that's a week
Oh my
ago
goodness.
or 1 month ago, it is that old.
No.
Okay, that's
So,
what I wanted to understand.
yeah.
If the person, if what Auntie Eunice was asking, if it is an upcoming event, how will it pick it up? How will it
So,
offer it?
yeah.
To
I get you.
desire it?
Let's see. What protocol is used? So first of all, no, information shouldn't be static. Right? Information shouldn't be static. Why? Because number one, Africans, we move. Okay? Things change. Kids die, people die, whatever, moods change, missions change, all those things, okay? And we don't now want the products that we are designing to keep static, right? So we give hosts a very good opportunity to change the content that they give us to make their products. I'm looking for it. But to answer your question, no, the information does not stay static. Okay. So colleagues, this is what, yes? Oh, Maria, sorry. Oh, I saw you like 10,000 times.
To like add on to what he said, that the information is not static. He mentioned somewhere that the whole point of connecting to the border guy or to the in-house chef or something, you're connecting these people that have never been
In one system.
in the system. So is it going to stay limited to what the host gives you? Because in the start you say what the host knows about their Airbnb, what they like about their Airbnb. So there are situations where the host, some of the reasons to give the, can I say the job
Yeah.
to Smart Chat
Yeah.
is to kind of put themselves away from all these back and forth questions.
Of course, yeah.
Everything. So is there a chance of having things like events, like Anchins talked about events, how could they know what is happening in the area that's new, everything, that those people could also link direct to Smart Chat, right? And then the algorithm knows the location, and then it picks up that, you know what, in Makindia this and this is happening.
Yeah.
In Makindia we have this chain of border guys and everything. Is it something that's going to remain limited to the host feeding the information? Because things are changing every day.
Definitely.
Things are always changing every day, and different clients come for different reasons.
Yeah.
So is there a way that it can be, that even Smart Chat itself, right, in the background, can also find this information to kind of tell us what's
Yes,
happening around,
yes.
what parties are happening on a Thursday, on
Yes,
a Friday,
yes.
or what events that someone could be part of.
Yes, there is a way, and we want to do that. That's exactly the service that we want to provide, guys. Exactly that. Exactly that. We can't provide it now, but that is the service we want to provide. Okay? As seamless as that. Okay? And you also don't have to enter smart chat, the smart chat ecosystem only through smart chat state. There will be very many smart chats that you can plug into to give you that. Okay.
Do we have someone on the market doing exactly the same or better or less than what Smart Chat is
doing.
intending to address?
Unfortunately,
That is one. Two, have we explored what gaps are there so that Smart Chat actually is ahead of the game, so that when you're comparing at the market, one has an option to say that I'm choosing Smart Chat because it does this and this that anyone else does not do.
okay. So first of all, we are privileged to be in a very very creative space. Okay. So number one, we are creating a completely new, different category. There is no one in the world that is doing this. Okay? Zero. So we are entering a new category. What does that mean? We shall make mistakes, we shall learn, we shall do all those things because we do not have many people to look up to that are doing this. Okay? And that is the point of Smart Chat in the first place, right? To design tools, bespoke AI tools for Africans that we didn't think were possible before, okay? Because even what I'm talking about, host intelligence, most of the tools that are there now, they want to exclude the host as much as possible. You get PMS systems, they want to get the host off. Airbnb, give less work to the host, okay? This is the first system that really integrates the host in their property. Like it is theirs and the property will speak like them. Okay? So
the platform gives the host more power, right? And
it gives more power, but then gets more fun.
And is that a bad thing?
It's a very good thing because now Tina has things that she doesn't want you to do in their Airbnb. Okay? And it is helpful for her to tell you before you come so that you do not come. Okay? Instead of you coming and you guys start fighting.
So the example you gave about being out of the country, let's say,
Exactly. So they would be like,
calling the host.
they're spoiling your stuff, yeah. Yeah. Auntie.
Yes, I just want to add on what he's saying. You say it helps the guest enjoy the place. I'll give an example. Before I started an Airbnb, I stayed in an Airbnb somewhere out of the country, actually in Europe, and something spilled, and there were also other guests. I wasn't the only one, so I felt embarrassed because I could not clean it. I couldn't find a broom, I couldn't find anything to wipe it. So I was embarrassed. I called the guest was not picking. You know, once you are there, as you say, it's your life, right? Handle it. And they will tell you, leave it as you found it, right? It's not like here where you clean for people. There, if someone has to clean for you, you must pay them. So meaning, if you leave someone's Airbnb untidy like that, they will go there and give a bad rating about it.
Exactly, yes.
And the only reason was I couldn't find the broom. So if I was there to clean, where can I find
The broom to clean that, yeah. Yeah,
So those
easier.
are the things he's talking about.
That's right. So, yes.
Mine is a concern about the guest experience that we shared about. I don't know if it is really practical that is achievable because you're talking about I don't know, and then you have to educate us. It's really very important. Guest cooperative. if you're talking about an assistant, which is purely built like a chatbot, and then you're bringing in now the other large language module intelligence of knowing where the party is for what was fed in the bot. So I don't know if there's that practicability, because it's like bringing the whole Google into the smart chat. So I don't know if that is actually practical.
Because there's a way we can limit when we are designing. There's a way we can limit what, for example, that thing can access from a language model.
Yeah, so meaning the bot can go and access what is in Kampala and bring it this side.
Yes. Okay. I'm not taking any more questions, guys. Okay, thank you so much. But we really get the idea, right? I wanted us to talk about money in a few minutes, in a few seconds, so that we see if what we do is making sense. So, okay. So I wanted to be sure, really, because I'm a deep thinker, I wanted to be sure that what we are doing has market and stuff like that. Oh God, this is too small. I will just explain it. Can't. It can't increase. So I will just explain. Don't worry, guys. So we want to first capture the Ugandan market, prove that this is doable, and then expand. Okay? So we do Kampala first. Right? But Africa's Airbnb market, or East Africa's Airbnb market, Nairobi has the most, 4,000, you can see up from there. Kampala has around these, Zanzibar City, Mombasa, Kigali, Entebbe, Jinja, or whatever. So the plan for Smart Chat in the first place, we want to be as useful as we can in Kampala. Capture the markets, okay? So that we have no competitors. We want competitors, but not like that. Capture the market, and then we can move somewhere else. Okay. So in Kampala, we believe there is 1,500 listed properties on Airbnb or Booking.com or Expedia.com or Hotels.com. Okay, like Airbnbs that are online, right? But for Kampala, we believe that the Airbnbs that are online are way fewer than the ones that are not. The Airbnbs in Kampala, or the short stay rentals or whatever they are, that are listed on Airbnb or Hotel.com that you can find online, are way less than the Airbnbs that are not. Okay? So even though Airbnb tells us that there are around 1,300 listings, we approximate that there could probably be 3,000 of them in Kampala. Okay? Yeah. How do we expect to price Smart Chat stay? We shall see. Even I don't know at this point. Okay?
Because it's expensive.
No, it's actually cheap. We want to make to list. To list on. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So, thank you guys for listening to me. I really appreciate. I hope we have like.
How long is the installation? If I'm a host and now if I bought Smart Chat, how long does it take to set up?
Yeah.
Say for my business. That's one. Like you've already mentioned, it's on. It's a virtual assistant that's
Yeah.
on. It doesn't go to sleep.
No.
It's on all the time.
Yeah.
Is there Do you have
glitches.
any bugs, any technical?
Okay, Nizibam, they are there, yes.
Okay. So what's the installation process if someone wants to like say how long does it take?
So we first come to your place because we only want to first work with serious guys who can show other unserious guys that this thing works. Because if you begin with unserious guys, they spoil your stuff. So you want to begin with guys that are actually giving you information that is useful. So that when you recommend a guy that you're like, man, you check what I'm doing, they like see something very serious, okay? So we have what we call an onboarding something that we come to you, the client, then we ask, Airbnb, wedding kahi, what, like all those things, so that we get it. So when we get that, it shouldn't take like, what, 2 weeks to design. It should be easy.
Then also,
That's the last question.
yeah, we've heard a lot about, but I'll still ask you after here.
Yeah.
Of the 3 products,
Products, which ones? We only have one.
The 3 arms.
The 3 arms,
of the AFRO
AI Commons.
AI Commons. Me as me, I am interested in the MAD library.
Okay.
And so I am very eager to know the implementation
Of,
part.
yeah.
Already I'm imagining.
Yeah, figuring
what
it
they
out.
would be like, so someone would say, I can't wait to see like what,
Yeah.
and then learn how
Yeah.
to build it.
Yeah. And the good thing is, the AI Might Libraries is it's an extremely ambitious project, to be honest, extremely ambitious. And we cannot, because in the beginning I was thinking we first do Smart Chat, then Smart Chat makes money, then we do the Mad Libraries. No. So we are going to start immediately. Why? Because the funding is available. And this is, colleagues, this is why I needed us here tonight. Okay? Because we need to start moving. And I couldn't start moving by myself. Okay? So why did I call you here tonight? Peace and Sharon. Why did I call you here tonight? Okay? A cooperative needs 30 people to start. Did you guys know that?
Yes.
Did you guys know that? Yes. No. You didn't know that? Okay. So a cooperative needs 30 members to start. Momo, some order. This is the founding baraza. Okay, so a cooperative needs 30 members to start. Okay? We need to start moving people. We do not have time to wait for Africa to get ready for us to start actually designing tools that are really intelligent. I keep saying we have the resources, we have the money, okay? We have the people to do whatever it is that we want to do, okay? And we have the knowledge, right? So we need to register the AFRO AI Commons for us to actually begin business, okay? And that is why I called here to be founders or invitees or witnesses of an African institution that is going to span generations, okay? So, during this year, I have been away. I have been thinking very many things and designing very many things. So when I brought a cooperative in your faces, I didn't just bring it as just. I brought it with its constitution, okay? With its constitution. Things that can be allowed, things that won't be allowed. This is going to be a completely African-centered organization, completely African-centered, okay? So, we have a constitution of the AFRO AI Commons Cooperative Society, okay? This can still be amended, but I thought as the founder, as the thinker of all these thoughts, they should have found a home, okay? Yeah? So,
I want to one, what are the foundational principles of whatever it is that we are going to found tonight? This cooperative is based on Ubuntu. We are, I am because you are. Okay? This cooperative, of course, will be cooperatively owned, definitely. This cooperative, one person, one vote. Not $1, one vote. Okay? One person, one vote. $2 million, one vote because you're one person. Right? African language primacy. In this cooperative, African languages shall be treated as primary media of thought, learning, governance, and creation. This is what we exist to do, guys. When they ask, if you haven't gotten anything from tonight, if they ask you what we are doing, we are making up AI for African languages. We are making thinking tools for African languages. Okay? Ruchiga, Runyankole, whatever. There's 3,000 languages in Africa. And we plan to digitize all of them. All of them. All of them. So there's languages that we still speak now, like Ruchiga, like Luganda, like Runyoro, like Rutoro. And then there's languages that are disappearing slowly. Okay? Languages with less than 1,000 speakers. We want to digitize those languages. There's languages that have died already. We want to digitize those languages. That is the main point of this cooperative. Okay? Correct. So, I brought another book. It's called The Founding Register for the Founding Gathering of today. Kampala, Uganda, 24th April 2026. Okay? So, we are going to get people to join this cooperative, very many of them, right? But it feels right that it starts in this room. Okay? A room with my friends, a room with clients, a room with brothers, a room with sisters, everyone here. Okay? So, in this founding register, if you want to be a founder in this cooperative, we are going to write here, okay, that we were there as this cooperative is being founded, right? So that posterity can know that we were woke and we saw stuff in 2026 that people could not see. Hey, that's right. It is very important that you see where people can't see. It's very important.
What if someone steals the register?
No, this is going to be kept in our mad library in Kampala. Yeah.
Safe.
Yeah. So, Mommy. Hi, I hadn't seen you. Okay, so listen to me, guys. I really wanted to make this time ceremonial, like when we are signing this thing, but then I failed to do it. I didn't know what way to make it ceremonial enough that I would appreciate. But either way, the point was still signing the thingy. Okay? So who wants to be a founder of this cooperative? That's right. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. So, I want to also mention why I wanted to bring every one of you on board.
One is because I trust Africans to think, okay? And in Ruchiga we say, ageteri nenugo gati gufa. Maria mugamba chi mu Luganda? Agali awamu gigalumenya, exactly. Agali awamu gigalumenya ma. Pesh, what do you say in Rutoro? You don't know. Okay. Filinda. Yeah. So
in Rutoro they say agateirene.
Yeah, so same as Ruchiga. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the reason I wanted us to do this is because I wanted to do this together. Okay? I want to be advised. I want to move with you guys. I want to be able to call on you and ask for direction, and we talk and all those things. This is not my thing. This is not Darius's idea. That was one of the things I disqualified. This is not my idea. It is an idea that manifested itself through me. At the peak of this cooperative, when I was doing the numbers, we hope to be employing 468 million Africans. It's crazy. Yes. Okay? Because we have schools, we have banks, we have AI infrastructure. Literally, Brian, on every AI mad library, we literally have a machine learning engineer there in Kahondo, my village. Yeah. Learning in Ruchiga, teaching people programming in Ruchiga, all those things. This is not going to be an easy undertaking, but it is a necessary undertaking. I can't even understate how much it is a necessary undertaking. And I'm glad that we are in a group like this to think about such futures. Okay? So, Edgar, how are we going to do this? Do people come at the front? Do I pass the book? Because I would love those pictures like to be there for, you know.
If we can do is we can sign, and then we shall have a photo with the book.
Hey, so I pass the book, then we all, okay. Okay.
But you should be you're the founding member.
Yes, I'm good. Oh.
That should be captured. You sign.
Guys, I am so excited and happy. Me.
Is it okay we use this table? We create your...
Yes, Auntie. Yes, Auntie.
Okay, with that one also was part of it, that every member who signs as a member, they take a picture of them.
Yeah.
So that we create a library.
That is what I wanted, Edgar.
Yes. But still, we pass the book around. As you sign, your picture is taken. Right? Yes, something like that. Will you take a look at that?
No.
No.
And then we take
A group photo with the, yeah. Where do I sign from, Edgar? This table? Yeah, it is. Yeah, should be. Okay.
You just give him a seat.
Okay. So, colleagues, the declaration or the opening attestation of this book says, on this day, 24th April 2026, in Kampala, Uganda, those gathered here inscribe their names as founders, witnesses, elders, supporters, and companions to the bringing into form of the AFRO AI Commons Cooperative Society. This register is a public relation to an institution being called into life. It stands alongside, but does not replace the society's administrative membership register, legal records, and future instruments of ratification or admission. The first signature will belong to me because it belongs. The first signature records the convening act by which this gathering is called, and this institution is placed before witnesses. So I'll put my full name, my signature, and the date.
Okay.
Just pass the book on.
Okay. Edgar, did we stop the live? Oh my God, stop. Stop, yeah. Stop the live, stop the live. Now you've got. Is the live off now?